after having gone through this, you'll get some idea as to how this syllabus area should be learned and applied in the given case scenario in the SBL examination. So let's first see how this area of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and robotics is included in the SBL syllabus. Let me tell you at the outset that technology as one of the very crucial strategic area has been included in the section E of the syllabus. And if you look at these three aspects of technology, that is AI, ML, and robotics, it is mentioned in part 3 of section E of the syllabus. We need to carefully observe the learning objectives mentioned therein. The focus here is on benefits of using these three technologies. And at the same time, it also talks about assessment of the risks, control, and ethical implications associated with the use of these technologies. Please understand, SBL examination does not expect the students to become technology experts, but they are expected to appreciate the strategic importance of implementing technology in pursuit of the organization's mission, vision, and objectives. So, needless to say, in modern days, technology is one of the crucial assets of the business. And an appropriate and proper use of it would certainly provide the company with all the necessary competitive edge over others for it to be able to, of course, forge ahead in the pursuit of achievement of its objectives. While there are given set of benefits, it's not out of place to remember that technology is undoubtedly very, very costly, both at the initial investment stage and also subsequent, because it needs to be continuously updated with higher investments. Because the rate of obsolescence of technology in modern times is really pretty fast. So the obsolescence risk is one of the biggest challenge that companies may face when they think of using technology. It's not only a risk related to high level of investments, but also it's related to cyber risks, which an organization may get exposed to. And as such, while it provides you strategic benefits, it also brings along with it some strategic risks which you need to control properly. Regardless of the industry in which a company is operating, use of technology is no doubt imperative. And if you look at the second learning objective, apart from risks and control, there is a consideration given to ethical implications also, which the organization has to take care of. And I'll talk about it in a while from now. So please note, technology is one of the key parts of SBL examination, and therefore one must learn it very carefully. So let's unfold some of the aspects of the three focus areas of this syllabus part: machine learning, artificial intelligence, and robotics. Let's first talk about artificial intelligence. Please remember, you're not supposed to write down definitions or meanings of these terminologies. But what's crucial for you is to be able to see how an organization applies that technology to its business model in order to get strategic advantages for itself. So when you talk about ML, AI, or robotics, your learning process should start not by rote learning the definitions, but by clear understanding these three terminologies. And understanding should be in such a way that you should be able to apply these concepts to the given scenario. That's crucial. Obviously, because of pre-seen information that is shared with you 2 weeks before your examination, you would get some kind of a commercial awareness about the use of technology in the case organization. So please make sure you make a full use of that information to create some sort of commercial awareness for you. AI, artificial intelligence, in particular, if you want to say, it refers to use of intelligent computer systems. And these are the systems that replicate generally cognitive skills of a human brain. And we all know how the Apple works with Siri system, or Amazon works with Alexa. The way these are developed make our lives much easy, accurate, and fast. Algorithms is an essential part of any AI tool. Of course, algorithm is nothing but a process or a sequences of steps that one has to use in accomplishing certain tasks. Of course, traditionally speaking, if you see, the main purpose of use of technology is to automate repetitive tasks so as to improve efficiency, improve speed, and reduce costs, reduce inefficiencies. So AI can be applied in many industrial sectors. The basic purpose of AI is obviously to make sure that you get a better insight into various parameters. For example, in the retail industry, you could get insights into customer behavior. In the healthcare industry, you could get insights into the causes of illness to help prevent them. In modern automobile industry, we all are aware of the self-driving cars. And that's where the latest application of AI can easily be seen. So this much technical knowledge of the concept of AI is sufficient for you. What you need to do is to look at the case scenario, and if there is a reference made to the use of artificial intelligence, what you need to look at is the processes or functions or the product features that get influenced by the use of this technology, and the resultant benefits that the organization is about to obtain by using that technology. Obviously, alongside the benefits, there would be challenges, there would be risks, and you may be asked to comment upon those risks as such, including, of course, the ethical considerations. So artificial intelligence is all about intelligent computer systems, and these can be used in any industrial sector. We have seen retail, we have seen healthcare, we have seen automobile. It can be very well used in other industries such as telecom, airlines, for example. The hospitals can make use of artificial intelligence. So use and application in various industries is, I think, what you should focus more than trying to understand the technical aspects of this tool. Machine learning. I mean, sometimes you will find that both the artificial intelligence as well as machine learning, these are the terms that are interchangeably used. And if you refer to various reading material, you will find one is the subset of others. Generally, of course, machine learning is more specific, and therefore it can be said to be a subset of artificial intelligence. Now, the concept of machine learning, again, is very simple. It's like building of machines to learn, interpret, and use the data to provide advice like how a human brain does. If you look at information, for example, you will try and learn certain things from there. You will clean the data, you will use only the relevant information. And by going through it, analyzing it, you would be able to come up with some interpretation, and using that, using your intelligence, you can provide an advice. Now, all these functions, the machines are supposed to learn and make use of. The machine learning actually relates to certain algorithms, which are nothing but, as I said, sequences of various steps, where the machine would recognize patterns and it will learn how to make predictions based on those patterns. For example, if let's say we visit a certain website, and when we click on certain tabs and try and get as much details as possible in the areas of interest to us, the machine, based on our clicks to the various tabs, will keep learning. And not only from one person like me or you, but thousands and thousands of people access the website. That data will be learned by the machine, interpreted by the machine, and it will come up with some kind of a prediction. So machine learning is more technical in nature, because algorithms will have to be built for the machine to get the learning as a inbuilt part of it. Now, this learning could be of 2 or 3 types, and that's how machine learning could be split into 3 basic types. One is supervised machine learning, unsupervised machine learning, and reinforcement type learning. Now, again, please remember, please do not rote learn it. Try and understand with simple examples so that you can come up and say in the exam, hey, this is a sort of a supervised learning. Hey, this is a sort of an unsupervised learning. And naturally, if the learning is supervised learning, that means human element is still being used. In an unsupervised machine learning, there is no intervention of any human brain to perform those learning processes. So the algorithms in any supervised machine learning will help you to establish relationships between inputs which are defined and certain outputs. For example, we get a lot of emails every day in our inbox. And you will wonder how the computer knows which emails are, like spam mails, which are the legitimate ones, and how does it automatically classify them? The reason is we provide them the inputs. We means a human being, while developing the algorithm, will tell the machine that, look, if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 criteria are met, please classify them into spam. Otherwise, put it as a legitimate. So why it is called supervised? Because those 3, 4, 5 parameters are provided to the machine through an algorithm for testing. So when an actual data is received, the machine will look at those 5 parameters, will vet the email that is received, and then classify itself into spam or legitimate. Another simple example of understanding supervised machine learning is the process of credit scoring. You go to any bank's website and there is a tab on credit scoring. And what you do is just click, and you are generally surprised to get your credit score in less than a minute. Now, how is it done? It's done based on an algorithm written wherein certain number of inputs are provided to the machine for learning. Like, for example, how many times you have carried out particular set of transactions? Have you defaulted any of your payments? How many big ticket payments have you made? Uh, what are the general credits to your accounts? What are your assets in terms of fixed deposits and other types of investments that you have? All that data parameters are given to the machine by a human being. That's why it becomes a case for supervised learning. So in an examination scenario, please look whether there are predefined inputs and outputs. If the inputs and outputs are predefined, it's essentially a case of supervised learning. And obviously, simply speaking, if they are not predefined, it becomes unsupervised machine learning. The model themselves will just have a look at the data, study the data to find any hidden kind of patterns without any specific inputs. No inputs are given. For example, you go to a restaurant, you place your orders, you visit the restaurant maybe once, twice, thrice in a month or a week or whatever. No such input is given to the machine that please analyze customers coming into these parameters. Once you go to the restaurant, place your orders, have food, pay the bills, go back, only that data is collected. And the machine will start learning on its own and will say, hey, so many people visited, so many people had vegetarian food, so many had non-vegetarian food. This was generally the mix of the core composition of the crowd, young and old. Now, for young and old, you have not told the machine that look, anybody with certain age is to be classified as young, beyond that to be classified as old. No, you have not given anything. But just by understanding the images, just by understanding the features of the images, the machine will start learning for these hidden patterns. And then it will come up with clustering customer preferences together and give you an analysis. Another form of unsupervised learning is, okay, transactions are there, especially used in banks or non-banking financial companies, where a series of payments is the data that is collected by the machines without any predefined inputs or outputs. But the machine then notes that, look, generally the value per transaction is less than $100,000, but in these three cases, it is $500,000. So what it has done, it has identified an anomaly. So anomaly identification related algorithms is again an example of the unsupervised learning. Reinforcement learning, in fact, is the most independent type of machine learning, very, very close to how human being learns. There is a digital agent, of course. I mean, algorithm is nothing but a digital agent. And this digital agent will get come across certain game apps where you play against the computer. So if you make a move, the computer understands that move and keeps itself ready to make its own move. So mainly game-like scenario. And it does learn a series of payments is the data that is collected by the machines without any predefined inputs or outputs. But the machine then notes that, look, generally the value per transaction is less than $100,000, but in these three cases, it is $500,000. So what it has done, it has identified an anomaly. So anomaly identification related algorithms is again an example of the unsupervised learning. Reinforcement learning, in fact, is the most independent uh, type of machine learning, very, very close to how human being learns. There is a digital agent, of course. I mean, algorithm is nothing but a digital agent. And this digital agent will get exposed to various game-like situations. You know, you might have come across certain game apps where you play against the computer. So if you make a move, the computer understands that move and keeps itself ready to make its own move. So mainly game-like scenario. And it does learn, but learns through trial and error. It can make mistakes, no doubt about it. And you get a feeling that, look, I have defeated computer. But it will keep on learning through trial and error and then learn what is the correct and appropriate solution that it should implement. And this is, of course, the part of reinforcement kind of machine learning, very widely used in applications like digital investment consultant. A digital investment consultant will take a call. Okay, let me buy these securities and let me sell these securities after a certain period of time. Now, this is just a trial and error advisory given or a call taken. Maybe it may incur a loss. While learning, it can ultimately come up with the most optimal kind of a decision that provides you with profit. Self-driving car, in fact, is one of the latest examples of the reinforcement related machine learning. So artificial intelligence and machine learning will have varying degrees of human involvement, and it will basically provide, artificial intelligence will provide you only with insights, decision making is yours, but reinforcement machine learning could also directly take actions like, okay, once you start a driverless car, I mean, it will itself identify the traffic. It will itself identify how to move, when to brake, when to accelerate, etc., etc. So that's the basic difference between uh, artificial intelligence and machine learning. The third part of this syllabus area is robotics. Of course, the basic purpose of robotics is to automate things. Robotic refers to machines, of course, that reproduce human actions. And robotics are very widely used even for home applications today, like cleaning and vacuuming and all that. The application of robotics has generally grown where you need a lot of precision, a lot of accuracy. The tasks are repetitive, and precision is really, really very important. Also, it can perform jobs that are generally hazardous for human beings. Construction industry is the best example. The higher you go, vertically you grow, is the robotic cranes, robotic concrete pillars, etc. get used. Hardly any use of human being. you will be able to find. Application of robotics in performing very complicated surgeries is also well known. I spoke about hazardous operations. Welding, for example, is directly done by robots now. Detecting defects, what a human eye can find out and what a robotic machine can find out, there is a vast uh, accuracy level achieved by those robots. Security is another area where use of robotics is done. With the help of camera, the pictures can be taken, the pictures can be analyzed, face recognition, etc., etc. All those are applications where you can see the use of robotics. So after having understood what those three concepts are, let's now talk about what are the benefits that it brings. Basically, as a part of technology, they are supposed to automate your processes. And naturally, it will result into improvement of efficiencies. Ultimately, it will reduce costs. Another biggest advantage is it keeps working day in, day out, 24/7 service possible. You don't need people to work in 3 shifts to provide that service. And that leads certainly to customer satisfaction, because these technologies will help us understand the customer needs in the better way. And naturally, when that happens and the use of human being on these type of processes gets reduced, it suddenly frees up resources to be used, better areas where you need people to be creative, be innovative, rather than just keep on doing repetitive jobs. And those who cannot cope up, of course, will need to be let go, and that can help you reduce manpower. And that's one of the biggest threats of AI and ML that the world is talking of today. And that's why job loss can become one of the critical ethical consideration of these technologies. The benefits that I just spoke about were mostly related to operating benefits. But a combined effect and a consistent advantage of use of technology, which is updated, can provide the company with tremendous strategic benefits, like the competitive edge that I spoke about some time back. Better insights can help you predict the future in the best possible manner, and therefore that can improve your planning process. It can help you understand the market dynamics very well, so that you can come up with development of alternative strategies. And all in all, obviously, the whole thing goes in pursuance of your corporate objectives. So this is something which you need to identify from the given exhibits, or maybe a part of pre-seed. So look for these critical elements of the benefits, both operating as well as strategic. And then depending on the requirement, you please connect it to the scenario, and then comment on these benefits and strategic advantages. Don't again rote learn this slide and reproduce as it is, please. You need to apply it for the given scenario within the context of the case, and then only answer. As I said earlier, there are risks and challenges. Machines and the algorithms will not find it very easy to overcome the data difficulties. And therefore, there are newer developments that are coming up, which helps cleanse the data very, very efficiently. But data difficulties, source of the data, accuracy of the data, authenticity of the data is really very crucial. Technology obsolescence, which I spoke about in the earlier part of this video, biggest challenge. And naturally, because the data is stored either in servers or in cloud, security of data matters a lot, and there are a lot of possibilities of breaching the security of data. So that's a challenge that needs to be controlled. When a new model gets developed, the models could initially be unstable, and any unstable model, in fact, could lead to wrong decisions. And another challenge, of course, as I said earlier, is the technology needs to be continuously upgraded, which could ask for a lot of investment. So examiner also could ask you to provide some opinions on how do you control or how do you handle these risks and challenges. So of course, appropriate data management systems you should have, continuous validation of models, both in the stage of development, after implementation, after consistent use. You need to keep validating whether it is performing correctly or not. Appropriate testing will have to be necessarily done at each stage. Users need to be told as to how to interpret the results, because without user training, the advantages cannot be reaped. And whether a particular AI algorithm is working or not, you need to keep testing through post-implementation tracking of the performance. But as in case of any technology, you also will always find ethical considerations included. Human bias is one of the biggest considerations, because it's ultimately the human being who develops these algorithms. So initially, there could be a human bias that may make the design itself a bit skewed. Whenever the data is made use of, those who get affected can question the organization on data privacy, data transparency, etc. And of course, one of the biggest threats of using these technologies is the fear of unemployment. Relatively being a new area, it's not tested quite often, but recently in 2023, there has been a question on that. So I have taken the example from September 2023 question that was based on the airline industry, a codejet company. The question was for 16 marks, and it asked the prepare a report for CFO assessing suitability, acceptability, and feasibility, SAF model, to invest in AI flight simulation technology. So the flight simulation technology where AI algorithms would be used, of course, for training purpose, not for the actual operations. The answers should recommend with reasons whether it should be undertaken as soon as possible. And then, because the suitability, acceptability, and feasibility was questioned, naturally, the skepticism skills were pretty important. Now, don't just get carried away by the use of the term AI. Here, AI investment decision is being questioned. So you need to bring up within the given context, what advantages can it bring? How is it suitable? Does it go with the vision, mission, and objectives of the company? Would it be acceptable to the stakeholders? And would the project be financially feasible? So considering the various benefits, risks, challenges, ethical considerations, all you need to put together. What has the examiner found out? The examiner said generally this question had disappointing answers, and students just copy-pasted the statements from the exhibits. They said, for example, stakeholders will need to be convinced about quality, safety, and benefits. Just didn't develop this answer. So what is required for development? You require the knowledge of general benefits, risks, challenges, and controls. So there were questions in the previous exams about use of big data. which is again a part of section E of this syllabus. So look at that also and get an idea as to how you can answer the questions. Of course, there are other resources that are always available to you. Like for this particular syllabus part, ACCA Study Hub for SBL, you can refer to chapter number 16.5. Practice platform would help you pick a few past exam questions. Look at the examiner's report and don't forget to go through technical articles. In fact, there is one technical article that is published on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics. You must go through that as well. So in summary, we know technology is an integral part of corporate strategies today. There are various tools that are getting developed, implemented, and used in order to gain competitive advantage. And in fact, technology today is leading to stakeholder empowerment in the market scenario. So organizations need to use it to get competitive benefit by imbibing these into strategic aspects of the business. So that's it from me in this video, a bit longer though, but the idea was to provide you with some kind of an awareness about these three concepts.
Dabilola, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
So, summarize for us.
Okay. The video was basically on machine learning, AI, and robotics, technology in general. So he mentioned something. He spoke on the strategic importance of using technology in achieving companies' objective. He also explained the benefits of technology, and these benefits, he grouped them into two: operational benefits and strategic benefits. So he also spoke about these technologies, which are the AI, artificial intelligence, the machine learning, and robotic. So these are the three sections of technologies. He spoke about the risk and challenges of using these technologies, and also the ethical consideration that are involved in this technology. So for machine learning, he said machine learning is used to learn, to interpret data, and it's also grouped into two. We have the supervised learning, machine learning, and the unsupervised machine learning. He said that the supervised machine learning mostly have human elements in it. Like the supervised learning, human are still involved. Is not fully the machine. But with unsupervised, that one is only machine learning. So it spoke about artificial intelligence as the use of technology to automate repetitive tasks, and the risks and challenges involved in using these technologies mentioned something relating to what's it called, data security threats, data privacy and security threats due to us, the organization storing their information on cloud and so on. So he mentioned something relating to continuous investments. You keep investing into technology, and also that's a summary of the topic.
What do you pick if based on the sample that was shared? What do you pick up from the sample that was shared? on how the examiner can bring out the question?
Yes. Yeah,
What do you learn from that?
He mentioned, I learned about making use of skepticism analysis.
Not only that, too, that is what the examiner asked in that particular question. In some other exam, they can ask for analytic an analysis. Do you get that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So continue.
I've summarized it, sir.
Okay. What do you you mentioned a place whereby they will not ask you to define machine learning or artificial
Yeah,
intelligence,
he said we have
but
to
they will tie
understand the
it to a
application.
project.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they say picture speak thousands of words, right?
Yes, sir.
In your textbook, you will still read about it. But when you are reading now, you are reading with an eye opener already, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you are solving a question now, when you come across it, it will not come to you as dark again or as blank again. Something is already opening your eye wider, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That is the essence of this session. It's not just for you to watch it. It's to create a platform for you, so that by the time I'll be rolling my slides. Like today, I will not roll through any slides. After these videos, we will solve set a question. And I want to please to document something so that I can gauge your understanding. It's better I gauge your understanding here than examiner to gauge you wrongly or woefully. So we've looked at value chain, we've looked at AI and machine learning, and they've mentioned how it can be embedded in question. Now we are going to video that will show how it's being embedded in question in like an answer matrix. In answer matrix, they will test your understanding of value chain. How you can, if you are going to a market to develop a product or to develop a market or to diversify, how can you do that if machine learning is involved, if other technologies are involved? That is the next video we are watching now. Please, let's pay attention. This analysis, after it's done, I'll do the analysis for you. Let me take the trouble off you on this video. But please pay attention so that by the time I'm providing an explanation, you can pick it up. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Very clear, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, ACCA SBL student team. Welcome to this topic explainer video on Ansoff's matrix. Here we'll be talking about what the matrix is and, most importantly, how it can help you to pass the examination. So keep watching. Right, so before we get into the meat of this video, I just want to clarify something. This is not intended to be a full teaching video, nor is it a question debrief video. The aim of this topic explainer video by the ACCA is to clarify what the framework is, or the topic is all about, how it fits into the syllabus, how it integrates with other areas, and most importantly, how it may either come up or be used in the ACCA SBL examination. Okay, if you want to know more about Ansoff's matrix and related areas to Ansoff's matrix, then I would direct you to ACCA approved materials, including the materials on the study hub. Okay, so I want you to be clear on that as we go through this video. All right, so where does Ansoff's growth vector matrix fit in to the SBL syllabus? Well, to illustrate that, I am on the Chapter 12 Strategic Choices page in the ACCA study material available on the Study Hub. And I would recommend you to go to the study hub regularly. Have a look. There's a lot of valuable materials there which you can make use of. Okay, so chapter 12, strategic choices. And here we see a number of different models, marketing mix at the top, sustaining competitive advantage underneath, and highlighted there, ANSOF growth vector matrix. Now, what are these models about? Well, just think about it this way. The aim of producing a strategy or a plan, a long-term plan, is to achieve our objectives. All right, and what is our overall objective? It is sustainability, sustainable competitive advantage, so that we're in existence 5, 10, 20 years from now. But we have to do that in a way which meets the key requirements of our main stakeholders. So it's actually quite a tall order. So to help us to create a strategy, we have a number of frameworks that we can use, and ANSOFs is one of them. It helps us to kind of get into clear in our heads, in our plans, how we're going to implement that strategy and what it means to do that, right? So that's what it means. And finally, what I want to say is that, as with all models in SBL, just because we study it in this particular chapter doesn't mean that you can only use it in questions which are relevant to this. You can use it any way you like in your exam answer. You're not going to be explaining any models or frameworks in the exam. You don't get any marks for that, right? But if you think that a model will help you to structure your answer better, then by all means, use it. All right, so this is what ANSOF's matrix looks like. And as you see, on the horizontal axis, it has products, and on the vertical axis, it has markets. So it's basically using those two criteria to identify the type of strategy that the organization is thinking of implementing, all right? So if you are, for example, taking an existing product into a new market, then we would call that strategy a market development strategy, all right? If you are taking, on the other hand, a new product into a existing market, then we would call it a product development strategy, which is all well and good. But here's the thing. So what? All right. Well, the so what is this, that once we have identified the kind of strategy that we are actually going to be implementing, for example, market penetration, then what we can do is think about, okay, well, with market penetration, what are the things that we want to think about? What are relevant? So we want to sell more of our product in our existing markets. So it's called market penetration. So we need to think about competitive advantage. How, assuming that the market isn't growing, right, it's stagnant, we're going to have to take some market share away from our competitors. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to use or try and gain competitive advantage. How are we going to gain competitive advantage? Well, something called Porter's generic strategies, and you should remember what those are. All right, focus, differentiation, and cost leadership. So connected with that market penetration strategy, we will need to think about generic strategies as a way of making them happen. What about existing products into a new market? Well, that's called a market development strategy. And again, there are lots of things that are connected to this kind of strategy. The first is, of course, research. What's a new market like? More brand awareness. Not only how well is our brand known, but how well are our competitors' brands known? How do we find out? We need to think about how we're going to enter that market. For example, is it going to be a joint venture, or are we simply going to employ an agent in that market who knows how things work there? All of these questions need to be answered, planned for, resources allocated, and people made responsible for, okay, in a market development strategy. Let's move now to product development. Well, we're taking a new product and we're selling it to our existing customers. So what are the kinds of things we might think about here? Well, we might want to think about, how are we going to make or introduce this product to our existing customers. We have, of course, brand awareness, brand strength. People know us. We have lots of distribution networks already in place, okay, which is great, all right? But then let's look at our value chain activities. Okay, are any of our value chain activities the same? So if we're making refrigerators now when we want to sell washing machines, then things like the purchase of raw materials, all right, is going to be the same activity. Much of the production is going to be the same. The way that we market or sell our new product is going to be very similar, because similar people will buy both white goods, okay? And once we can integrate those value chain activities for this additional product, then we can increase our volumes, we can exploit economies of scale in those activities. And of course, if we learn something from selling refrigerators, okay, that we can use on washing machines or vice versa, then we can gain synergy for doing this, okay? So those are the kinds of thoughts that we need to think about if we're going for a product development strategy. And finally, a diversification strategy, new product, new market. Now, with diversification strategy, what are the kinds of things we're going to think about? Well, very often companies diversify because they want to diversify business risk, all right? So they are selling, instead of having a hotel in one city, they'll have a restaurant in another city in a different part of the country. That's a very simple example. It's based on a past exam paper. Okay, so they want to diversify business risk, which means that if the hotel industry goes down, hopefully our restaurant industry will go up, and we overall will come out with a net positive cash flow in our business. Or we might diversify simply because we want to exit a market. If you think about the tobacco market, the cigarette market, for example, you'll find that some of the large producers of tobacco, for example, British American Tobacco or Philip Morris, are actually diversifying into all kinds of industries, including, for example, insurance. And the aim is that as the tobacco market becomes smaller, those other markets will become bigger. Okay, so the company is exiting very slowly the tobacco market. Or lots of companies diversify into completely unrelated areas. Why? Well, because they feel that they have the management skills, and a business is a business is a business. And so it doesn't matter what kind of area, what kind of industry sector we're in. Okay, we are simply such good managers that we can manage them. This is called conglomerate diversification, and it is used where, for example, you have a new industry or an industry coming up which is making supernormal profits, all right, and the board of directors says, hey, why don't we invest some money in that industry? Now, conglomerate diversification was very popular at one time, but now it is less popular because overall studies have shown that the returns are lower with this kind of diversification. So that's what Ansoff's matrix is about. Identifies the kind of strategy we're thinking of following, and overall, of course, we are guided by how will this help us to achieve our objectives, our corporate objectives, in a sustainable way, and what will our stakeholders think about it. So, for example, will our stakeholders who are very risk averse not like our market development idea? Okay, they'll say, well, it's a new market, we don't know anything about it, we don't want to go there. So here we see an example of risk being connected to Ansoff's matrix strategy option. All right. Other things that are relevant, which I haven't mentioned, things like change management. All of these strategies are going to require changes to the way in which we operate, the way in which our stakeholders respond to them. All right. But of course, change management is relevant, and as part of our thinking, we will need to incorporate change management in those. Okay, so it's actually really rather complex overall, but it's ANSOF's matrix is there really to give us some kind of framework, something to say, somewhere to channel our attention going forward. Okay, so now that we're experts on ANSOF's matrix, the question becomes, how do we use it in the examination to maximize our marks? Well, let's have a look at that. We received the pre-seen case study 2 weeks before the real exam. So what do we do with it? Well, we do a thorough analysis of the case study's history, of the context of the industry in which the organization exists, and also we do a thorough analysis of the organization itself, its history, its ambitions, its stakeholders, its circumstances, so its opportunities and threats that exist in its environment. Okay, so that's what we do in the first 2 weeks. Now, this information is given to us in the case study, so here we have the industry information, and then we have the background and other information on the organization in the examination. Okay, so we're now experts going into the exam about all of these areas. What happens in the exam? So we get into the examination and we see that one of the exhibits talks about a proposed entry into overseas markets, right? A proposed entry into overseas markets. Now, that immediately should put us on guard. We're talking about a new market. Now, if we think about ANSOF, of course, it reminds us of either an existing product in a new market, which would be market development, or a new product in a new market, which would be diversification. Okay, so immediately our antennae are up and we think that ANSOF might be useful. Now, when we open that particular exhibit, we're told quite a lot about this proposal to expand into a new country. We're told it's a manufacturing unit, we're told something about the competition, we're told about the economy of that new country. It's a recession, we're told about incentives the government is offering, and we're told about the human resources available, amongst lots of other things. Now, that's all, of course, very useful information, and we need to store it in the back of our minds. Let's now look at the question that relates to this information. You're told that in the home market competition's gone up, right? And so that is a driver for looking for new markets. And this is important because even though competition has increased, demand for the product continues to grow. The company is looking as normal at the future outlook of the company's growth prospects. Now, remember when we were talking about ANSOF, we talked about sustainable growth long term, right? So it just reminds you, so it's another trigger to the use of ANSOF. And you are required to produce a report evaluating the proposal. You're told it should be a critical evaluation, so pros and cons, and benefits and challenges, okay, so of actually accepting the proposal. And then you're asked to make a recommendation. Now, one way of doing it, of course, is in some kind of ad hoc process of saying, well, I think it'd be a good idea because we don't need to compete in our home market, for example. But isn't it much better to use a framework to structure your answer? So how do we do that in this particular case? Okay, so just a quick reminder, we go back to the matrix and we see that in this particular example, they're talking about taking the current product and entering a new market, right? So this is a market development strategy. Now, as soon as we've identified that strategy, all right, then what it allows us to do is to actually focus our thoughts on the benefits and challenges as required in the task. It gives us some structure to our answer, and we may well end up with something like this. Now, this is what the structure of your answer would look like, okay? At the beginning, you would identify this as a market development strategy. You wouldn't explain what that meant because it's not required in SBL. And then you would have a subheading benefits, you'd have a subheading challenges, and you'd go through a list of each of those. Now, in this particular example, there were 16 marks available. If you work on the basis of 2 marks per point made, fully explained point, mind you, then we're talking about a total of 8 points to be made. And here I've come up with 4 benefits and 4 challenges. The point I'm trying to make is that once you've identified the strategy, you can then help you to structure your answer accordingly. All right? And that is the key advantage or benefit of using any framework or model. And please also remember, you will never be required to explain the model. It is there as a tool for your own use. Okay? So that's why you need to know the models. In this particular task, you were required to make some recommendations, and you would at the end, all right? And it doesn't matter what you recommend in SBL, okay? As long as you can justify why you recommend it. So you might recommend a course of action or you might not, but you must say why. You'll still get the same number of marks. And finally, there are some other considerations that you might that might come to mind, and if you have time, you'll talk about them in the examination. If you don't, it doesn't matter. You'll probably already earn the marks you need. But whenever a new strategy or a new of action is considered, there are things like change management, there are things like ethics, stakeholder responsibility, availability of funding, and so on. Sorry, I beg your pardon, stakeholder response, availability of funding, etc., which you can always talk about, which are always relevant, and which will always, therefore, earn you marks. Okay, so now that we've spoken about Ansof's matrix, a key tool for us to use in strategic choice, I hope it's helpful. I'll leave you with one thought. Please feel free to use this model and any others in any context that you like, where you think it'll help you to plan and structure your answer better. Finally, I'd like to refer you to the ACCA Study Hub, where there's lots of material, where you can go through everything that I've said about Ansof's matrix and lots of other material as well in this topic. In addition, there are lots and lots of quizzes and practice questions, and I strongly recommend that you have a go at those as well. Good luck with your upcoming exams. Bye from me.
Yeah. Okay, so let's practicalize what we have learned in those 3 videos with this question number 2. I shared this question yesterday, and let's go through it. And I want us to document and share our answer. Damlola, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have the question. Let's attempt this number 2 first. Share your answer. Then I will then we can now go to you can now go to solve the when you share your answer, I will correct you. Then I will now leave you to solve the remaining 2 questions in this particular year and the 3 other questions in the past question I shared earlier. All that we put to test what we have learned today. So this one is how many marks? Okay, 1938. So we should be through with the answer in 40 minutes. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So please document something. Document something. Document something. And I will greatly appreciate. The time is 9:50 now. So by 10:30, our answer should be ready. Remember, the skill that they ask you to use for this, you are using evaluation skill and communication skill, which are straightforward. So, and the exhibit you are using is already there. So please, let's get to work, and by 10:30, our answer should be ready. Thank you. Okay, so can we share our screen now? Who's going first? I gave you 10 minutes extra. Almost 15 minutes extra. Who is going first? Damilola or Ogechi? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So who is going first? 2A, 2B. Who is ready to share his or her screen?
Mm.
The
Can you see my screen?
I've not read the I've not read the exhibits. So I was focusing on the one for NC Tech. So I'm just starting the answers.
Okay. So they ask for external environment that
Just
will impact external
to
environment.
to work on.
So which tools are you using?
Sir,
Okay, now because okay.
so the
Okay,
thing is,
Damilola, you have
yeah, they has for the external environment and its impacts on the strategic objectives, but
okay.
I'll be honest, I have no clue. I was talked. I was struggling with that part. I have no clue of how to answer that part. So if you see, I just draft out the introduction, but the solution itself, the application itself, I am still struggling in that part. So I have no clue of how to answer it. But for the B part, where it says, was the question is saying the information technology. What's the question again? Yes. Sorry. That we should prepare a slide. That we should prepare a slide to justify the application of information technology to enhance its e-business capabilities. So I don't have PDF installed on this system. So I just jotted something. So the first one, which is improving customer relationship, would have been the first slide. Delivering online training to staff and diversifying income streams. So I was saying that the introduction of information technology would help BCO to enhance its business by improving customer relationships. So, and then the second one is to deliver online training staff. And one of the objectives is to provide training, which is the second objective, to provide training and education to staff, volunteers, and communities. So the introduction of the information technology would enhance the application of information technology. We help PCOs in achieving the objective of providing and delivering training to staff and volunteers. So I was going on the third slide, which is diversifying income streams. In the first, I think the second exhibit where they talked about their objectives and missions and visions, they were looking into different areas where they can generate funds. I think the next financial year they're thinking of selling properties through legacies and all. So the introduction of the information technology would help them to be able to diversify their income streams, and then online donations from stakeholders. So that's my area of thoughts. But for the first part, I don't know how to apply that.
Okay, thank you. Damila, let me hear from you.
Okay. The first part, even though I've
Share
not been
your
able
screen,
to
share your screen too.
even though I've not been able to put down a lot. I was
Share your
just
screen. Let's see what
starting.
you have.
Okay. I've not really been able to put down anything, but what I felt is needed here is the impact of some of the environmental factors that will make BCO not to achieve their strategic objectives. So in terms of the economic, you can use kind of pastel model to arrive at it. Maybe a few of them you can pick up maybe economical factors, which is like there's this volatile nature of their income, which it can increase in some months, it can reduce because these are donors, which you are not certain whether they are going to be positive or they are going to be negative. So it's a kind of something that will affect because the economy of the people where this white park is situated will actually determine if the economy is booming, people will have more to contribute. But if the economy is not in good shape, people won't have that mind to be able to donate to such an NGO organization. So it's a kind of they have a volatile nature of their income streams, which means they are not sure, they are not certain whether this will be coming or not. And also it's also a tourist. The environment too is a tourist destination for people around there. And so the population of the people there, they have those that will be coming from international communities, even though we are not told. The population of those people there will also determine the number of visitors, the number of visitors they are going to have in a particular time period. So it will also determine their revenue, the amount of revenue they will be able to generate from people that patronize them, that visit them. Then because they are, I think presently they are using they are not being able to digitalize their operations. So it's a kind of an impact. They are still proposing to do that, which they have not done. So because they go to the streets reaching out to people tend to be pissed off by that action and a kind of stop giving. So because they are still using the what do I call it? They are not digitalized, so they are kind of using more workforce to even go to the streets and reach out to people. Of which, if they had been digitalized, that they are operating on e-business technology, they would have sourced for other means, social media, and the rest of them to reach out for people. And already people are already complaining of the emails they keep getting and the disturbances they get probably by contacting them all with physical contact and all that. So, but the new innovation they are planning, even though they have not done that, is actually going to help them. But presently, that use of outdated form of business is a kind of making their revenue to reduce. It's affecting their revenue generation, such. Oh, then I think you can also use opportunity from SWOT and threats to go about it. The threats, some of the wildlife in the environment, some of their workers are being killed by the wildlife. So it's a kind of threat, a big threat for them, because some of this because they still use high number of workforce, physical workforce, so they are prone to being harmed by these animals. And so in the course of the activities and their jobs, they tend to be killed by these animals. So I think it's also part of the external environmental issues that might impact on their strategy. So, but when this happens, actually some of these their strategies which they expect to meet might not be able to meet them when they keep having all these threats and the rest of them. So that's just the angle I'm looking at the first question. I started reading them, so I couldn't do much. No.
I appreciate you for documenting something, but what saddens me was when Damola said he was shocked. He did not know the model to apply. So I want to first of all help her first. Damola, have you started studying your textbook?
Yes, sir. I've started, but I've not gone deep into it.
Are you writing the December diet?
No, sir. The next one.
No.
Yes.
Okay, what of you?
So I'm not sure yet, but it depends on how work carries me. So
Yeah, I'll prepared.
I'm looking at my work timetable too. It's really huge. Yeah. So, but I want to write
the same
this
thing applies
December.
to me. I hardly have time to study, so that's where
I would like to write this December. I'm preparing myself, but in case I'm preparing myself, I want to write.
Tools are you using to study?
Huh?
What tools are you using to study? What tools?
Okay, like me, I use some of I play the videos, the lecture videos when I'm driving, or maybe when I'm not doing anything. Then if I have time, I'll read some of the questions. Like these ones you gave to us, I was able to read the NC Tech. I was able to read the question and the XBit very well in the office when I have time. So, and then I play the videos when I'm busy, maybe probably be listening to them. And then the ACCA website too. I have some videos you can play there.
Have you registered for ACCA? Have you registered and get ACCA student number?
Yes, I actually registered last year.
Okay.
Are you last year, but
my ACCA up? Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I've completed my everything.
Thank you. Okay, that's starting point. I think I'm safe to continue to progress now. So this subject, SBL, is better when you pass it at first attempt. By the time you are writing it again, it's become boring. You forget what you have learned. And the approach I've used for you is what I've been using for students for the past 6 years, and they have been passing. You have to study back. Why I'm saying this is when Damola said he did not remember the kind of model to use. And we have done that model in the class. And from the video, if you have been paying attention to the video that I'm sharing, that video always locate your brain to remember any model in the example. So if you observe, I stop running through the slides because I see that what you guys did is self-studying, which is beyond the slide. No matter how I teach you through the slides, if you don't study on your own, we will not be in good alignment. So if you look at the question, it's a straightforward question. And ACCA has repeated this question several times. They were clue to tell you that we are analyzing external environment. And you know, when we did PESTEL, we say for internal environment, we use SWOT. Why for external environment, we use PESTEL? We use Porter's diamond and Porter's 5 forces. But in this scenario, if you look at the case study, can I share my screen back?
Okay.
Let me share my normal screen first before I share. Like on Thursday, I was teaching those that are ready September diet, and they were very upbeat. In fact, they prefer my 2-hour class to their 6-hour class. But the first I tell them the truth, I hit the nail on the head for them. I wish I appreciate them, but I think they need to pass. If this question, ACCA has repeated it 6 times. 6 times. Because students don't also often perform well, especially in the slide part. And I'm like, when they say you should prepare slides, the last time I explained in this class here, you are not required to prepare slides. I will show you what they mean. So let me start from A. You have read relevant articles, right? And there are exhibits here. We have exhibit 1 that talks about the extracts of the annual report. We have exhibit 2 that talks about the BCU website. Exhibit 3, summary of income and expenditure. Exhibit 4 about the charity sector. Exhibit 5, the risk register. And exhibit 6, the recent bad publicity surrounding the company. In SBL, you study the exhibit first. Going forward, I'll be bringing case to the class, because case study always precedes exhibit, so that you guys will get to the exam you're writing. But if you don't understand this one, and if I bring case study, it will be chaos. That's why I'm starting with this simpler approach. So after you understand the exhibit, then you now go to the question requirement. You see, it gives you an overview. From the overview, summary of the exhibit, you now look at the question. But in standard practice, it's better you look at the question before you go to the exhibit and the passage. But these days, you always have present. So when you're in the exam hall, go through the requirement like this. What am I doing? Note it. So by the time you are going through the exhibit and the case study, your brain will be jumping to, oh, this is my answer for this. This is my answer for this. And that will save you a whole lot of time. Number 1 question is very straightforward. It's something that talk to governance, you can kill it. It asks for your commercial acumen and an analysis skill. Number 3 is asking about the risk register. We have done that one in the class also. Then number 4 is talking about the board diversity. We've done all this in the class through the slides and the textbook. Why I asked you guys to number 2 is that number 2 talk to the practicality of technology in which the video you just watched, and how to monitor the environment based on the video that we also watched. So when I play video, please let's pay attention. Although you may use AI to analyze it for you, but AI will not be with you in the exam hall. AI will not be with you in the exam hall. It's our ability to decipher and understand. So this question now, Ogechi, you help me. Sorry, continue.
You were saying something like AI.
Some students, when you ask them to listen to video, they use AI to be analyzing it.
Okay.
For SBL, it doesn't work that way. It's you watching the video, jotting down what you have noted.
Yeah.
Jotting down what you have noted. If your first watch, you are not okay, you can ask him to repeat again or share the link with you to watch. And I've already asked share the link. So this first question, he said, in the recently published annual report, which exhibit is talking about annual reports? Go to the summary. Annual report is exhibit 1. So this question 2 wants us to look at exhibit 1 to review the strategic objective of the company for the next 5 years, and also the BCO's external environment. Damilola, you need to open your heart to read the question so that you will know the model to apply. When you open your heart to read the question and the requirement of the exhibit, you know the model to apply. So Damilola, you take us through this A, while Ogechi will take us through the B. So Damilola, read the A part for us from number 2 and tell me what you understand by it. Then I will not share the solution with you. Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
All right. In its recently published annual report, the BCO set out 3 strategic objectives for the next 5 years. The new chairperson is keen to understand in more detail how the BCO external environment will impact on these strategic objectives and has asked the CFO to provide with this information. The CFO Okay, am I reading the answer? Okay.
No, my hand was pressed. Sorry.
Okay, sir. The CFO has asked for your assistance in preparing this report. Required. Prepare a report for the CFO which evaluates the extent to which the external environment could impact on this BCO strategic objectives. Professional skills marks are available for demonstrating evaluation skills in objectively appraising the facts, opinions, and findings relating to BCO external environment. The B part of the question. In addition to the recent investments made in updating the members' database management system, the Chief Executive Officer highlighted in the annual report that the BCO is looking for further opportunities to invest in e-business technologies. The CFO has been asked to make presentation to the Board of Trustees and has asked for your assistance in preparing his presentation. Required. Prepare 3 presentation slides in brackets with accompanying notes, which recommend with clear justifications 3 applications of information technology that the BCO could use to enhance its e-business capabilities. Professional skills marks are available for demonstrating communication skills in using compelling arguments to persuade the Board of Trustees of the potential e-business technologies for BCO.
Okay, let's pause. There is an Excel I just shared with you now. Can you open that Excel?
Yes, sir.
So when you open that Excel, what do you see?
I could see 3 columns. The first one is model framework, topic areas in XBL, then the explanation.
Okay. So
yeah.
based on this question now, which model do you think is applicable?
Okay. So incoming. Potter's 5 forces.
No? No?
For external environment.
It's not only Potter's 5 forces that you can use for external environment.
Okay.
Look at PESTEL. Can you see PESTEL?
Yeah, macroeconomic analysis, yes.
Analysis. It's also an environment.
Okay.
Look at the Potter's diamond. Line 23.
Okay, yes. Completely
Also, total generic
advantage.
strategy. Porter's value chain. All those ones you can use it for external. You get it. I try to summarize most of the framework for you so that you will learn it. You will know it. How to do it when you mention that you don't know, yes, you don't know the framework to use. And I try to like quickly see how, and that's why I put some link there. I put some link there. And if you are also writing AAA, this one
Yes,
will
sir.
also help you, but not fully help you. This one specifically for
Mm.
SBL. For
Okay.
SBL. So if you look at the part of the, if you look at the exhibit 1, exhibit 1 will give you a clue to which framework can actually work. Look at the exhibit 1. They are talking about annual reports, talking about their mission, vision, right?
Yes, sir.
Eh?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
sir.
So when they review their challenges, they say review of 20X1. They say they are operating a world-class wide park and a global animal protection program is costly. Look at paragraph 3. A huge amount of work over the year went into updating our members' database management, which be in place to allow us to communicate more effectively to members and permit online fee payments. Further investment, further investment, further investment in information technology is a key growth. It's key to our growth in the coming years and in our drive to streamline our business and to educate and communicate more effectively with our stakeholders. You can see in some form of tested thought there. Now let me go back to the question. The new chairperson the new chairperson is keen to understand in more detail how the business environment will impact on these strategic objectives, and as the CFO to provide him with this information. The CFO has asked you for assistance in preparing the reports. For the first paragraph said in its recently published annual report. So when you hear that, you quickly go to the summary. Where is the annual report? Okay, annual report. Is there any other thing that is tied to the annual report? Is there anything tied to it? No other thing is tied to it aside the website. So you have for number 2A, your focus is on the annual report in which you will read, and based on what they talk about external environment, what is the seemingly applicable to the external environment? Is the best forces. So when Ogechi mentioned it, I was like, wow, Ogechi, you are right. But Ogechi did not do a deep work, maybe because of time factor. Which means that in the exam, you need to like structure yourself how you read fast. In your practice, you need to structure yourself to how you read fast. How you read fast determine how far you can go. So please take a guide look at the next screen that is coming up. Look at the format that they asked for. Who asked for our work is the CFO. So I say to the CFO, what is your role? You will see your role in the first in the question. What is your role? You are the senior finance manager. You are the senior finance manager. So you see from senior finance manager, the exam date. What is the subject? The subject is the requirement of the question. The requirement of the question asks us to evaluate the extent of external environment could impact on BCO strategic objective. Some students will just copy subject, the extent to which the external environment could impact the BCO's strategic objective. But you can write it in a more compact way by saying the impact on the external environment on the BCO strategic objective. So you will give what we call introduction. The introduction will do a rephrase. Look at it. We do a rephrase of the requirement in the question, how the BCO set out the strategic objectives, and how they are looking at it in the next 5 years, and how the chairman want to understand more details about BCO's environment, and they have asked for your assistant to prepare the report. Look at it. Look at the introduction. You get it, Damilola?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So can you read the introduction now and tell me what you can pick out from it?
Okay. When setting out strategic objectives, a key element of this process is to evaluate the external environment and its impacts on those objectives. Importantly, we must continually assess our external environment to monitor its continued impact on our strategies and to identify how we should respond to these external events to ensure we maintain our strategic direction. Achievement of our strategic objectives will be affected by the current global economic climate and the pressure this places on individuals and corporations on whom rely on donations and for support. So the introduction is...
Where did they get out those paragraphs from? That passage, that
Yes,
paragraph that you just wrote down, where do you think they coined it out from?
the exhibits with the financial, the current financial annual statements.
God bless you. God bless you. So you see that everything you need to answer SBL is actually in the precinct, in the exhibit and the passage. True of us.
True.
True.
You are getting there. Just that you need to get there fast. You need to get there fast. So when you are looking at impact, they are looking at PESTEL. They are looking at PESTEL. And what is PESTEL telling us? Look at political impact. Now, go to the political impact and mention where they derive the answer from. Damilola, you are the
Am I
political
reading
situation.
it?
Yes. Or are you tired of reading?
No, sir.
No. If you feel reading it is a problem for you, let me know.
No, I'm okay, sir. I'm fine.
No, when you read it, you retain it in your memory.
Memory, yes.
Oh yeah, please.
Okay. Political and environmental impact. As noted in a recent charity industry research article, many governments around the world have been financially outstretched by the global recession. This has had severe consequences for ourselves and the whole charity sector, as increases in austerity measures have impacted negatively on the business community and on the wider population. At the same time, demands placed on charity like ourselves and have in fact increased as a result of the political and economic climate. The recent charity sector report also noted that publicly funded grant awarding bodies have reduced support for charities both financially and in the number of volunteers. Evidence again of changing political priorities that we are vulnerable to an organization. However, this aspect of the political environment has not had such a significant effect on BCO in the last year, as we were still able to secure 2 million of publicly funded grants in 20X1. Evidence of effective management of this aspect of our external environment. So
So
The
where did they deduce that aspect from?
I would say exhibit 4 from the research reports.
Thank you. So thank God that you can pinpoint that they pick it from exhibit 4. I appreciate that. Which means it goes back to what I mentioned earlier, that your key to passing it is understanding what?
The exhibits.
To understand the question, the exhibit, and the precinct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it?
Yes,
Then
sir.
what about the economic environment? Okay, can you take us through that? Can you take us through that?
Okay. All of our strategic objectives will require significant financial resources, in particular our wildlife protection activities, both within the wildlife park and in the overseas locations where we operate our programs. In the next 5 years, our primary objective is to protect 100 species and return them back to the wild. This will be expensive, and therefore we will need to balance this with the financial resources we have available. A large proportion of our donations come from legacies which, from our annual reports, have been decreasing in recent years. This is a major concern for its impact in our ability to achieve our strategic objectives. Without reducing the funding we put into these projects or reducing the number of projects we invest in, it is likely that as donors face period of economic uncertainty, then donations to charities will likely decrease, threatening the achievements of our strategic objective. Compounding this is the fact that the demands placed on charity like ours are in fact increasing as a result of the current economic and political environment. As the recent research report highlighted, many global nature and animal protection charities have seen demand for their support and protection increase as animal habitats are being destroyed by human activities, largely caused by changing economic priorities and policies. Our strategic objective of returning 100 species to the wild and investing in 100 projects will be threatened in such economic pressures increase over the next 5 years. Okay, if economic pressures increase over the next 5 years, as evidenced in our recent financial results, our operational costs are also increasing, possibly as a result of inflationary pressure caused by the current economic environment. We have a duty to our stakeholders to operate economically, but this is going to be challenged and ultimately may impact on the quality of our programs if costs continue to rise. That's the.
So if you are greeting, and you have thought of this when you are answering your question?
Not to this extent.
But because you have not carefully studied the exhibit, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That shows you the influence of the exhibit and the precinct we have on your answers.
Yeah.
On your answers. Look at the social pastor. You know, we are talking about, we are going to PESTED. We are talking about P, E. Look at S.
Yes.
Look at the social factor now, social environmental impact. You can see that they are customizing the answer to pastel, not just using pastel in empty way. Isn't
It's
it?
true. Yeah, it's true.
They are not using pastel lazily. They are customizing it to the answer. Political, look at the first one.
Political
Political environment impact.
environment, yeah, social.
But that's the requirement. Environmental,
Yeah.
economic environmental impact, isn't it?
It is.
The next one is social environmental impact. Based on the requirement of the question. Isn't it?
Yes.
So look at social environmental impact now. You see the way it's also relate to the answer.
Yes.
Then look at the technology. Look at both social and technological impact. Read it individually and let me know your difference. Social is saying that evidence from the recent charity sector report suggests that some of the decrease in charitable funding have been caused by donor fatigue, whereby people have become overexposed to charitable requests and therefore have reduced or stopped donating. Some people will have put this under economic environmental impact. That would be wrong.
Yeah.
It's, you get it? It's social.
Yes.
Then understanding the changing demographic is also an important aspect of our environmental analysis. As research reports suggest, you can see that they are not limiting themselves to exhibit 1. They are picking answer from exhibit 4, exhibit 5, exhibit 3. Do you get it?
Yes.
But this particular paragraph is from, that's how you answer SBL. Then look at technological impacts. Because technology, internet is part of the global reach. Technology environmental impact is definitely needed for them.
Yeah.
And because of the analysis, because of the skill they ask us to use, what skill are we using? Analysis skill. You can see that we are describing that impact first. Then we will now relate it to the scenario. Do you get it?
Yes.
Then look at when they now get to, normally in person, there is environmental impact. So they now say ecological environmental impact, which is derived from the question. Ecological environmental impact.
So you have to be linking them to environmental.
Yes, because he asked for the environmental impacts.
Okay. Even though we have environmental as part of PESTEL.
But you can see that we are linking it, we are socializing to the requirement of the question.
Yes, yes.
And look at the environmental impact, they call it ecological environmental impact. Because it's also ecology based on the case study.
Yes.
They look at the legal impacts. Dablola, are you following?
Yes, I'm following, sir.
So does it give you a clearer view now?
Yes.
No, please speak.
No, I'm just trying to see how, you're able to get all that in your head while answering one questions,
Exactly. It's too broad.
How
try
to relate to
gather
all the
gather this
exhibits.
information.
Anyway,
Yeah,
just for
it's
you
not
to.
broad. It's in your study pack.
Yeah.
That's why it's in your study. Everything's in your study pack. If no shortcuts to SBL, it's in your study pack. My job is to pair it together for you to your understanding. It's in your study pack.
This SBL, this question, this particular question, it has question 1 to 4. So is it
Yes.
like you are going to answer maybe one compulsory and then you select from either 2?
You are answering everything.
4?
You are answering everything.
Everything.
Yes.
Wow. It is well.
So the next one, they talk about
Please,
slides. This is how you answer slide question in SBL. Look at the slide. You draw a triangle. You put all the answer you want to answer as part of the slide in the table. So it starts about the feature and benefit, isn't it? Damilola?
Yes, sir.
So you're not, so now as a note, you now explain each of the points below. I know you are preparing 3 slides. Look at social media features. How is a two-way communication? How is highly interactive? How is a multimedia? Because we use text, video, and audio. So you explain the features. Then the benefits. You explain the benefits. You summarize succinctly to get your mark. Can you see?
yes.
Maybe I should show you where they get this from. Let me show you where they get this from. That notes. Let me show you where they get this from. Can you see? I have my slide. Look at the notes. Can you see? I have my slide. Look at the notes. Can you see now?
Yes, we
All
can.
those slides you see me presenting, there are always notes below that you guys don't see, but I just want to see now. To give you background, you can see that if I draw this down now, you'll be seeing your only slide, Abby.
Okay, yes.
Below the slide, there is a note for me to use to teach you. So that's what ACCA is asking you.
So, sir,
in
does
that
that
question.
mean we use this PowerPoint or what's it called? This one, or we can do it in a note form like this, like the one you're.
This way in the exam, this way you do it. You draw
Oh,
a
we have
Okay,
table.
to
this is
do
the
the
way.
slide.
So we just put
You
the
do
points in the box and then write a note
in
regarding
the
it.
box. They write the note below. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Are we good? So like Jamilola and Ogechi, you get it. You are trying to put it in the box, but you are not narrating it downward. You get it?
Yes.
So let's go down. Look at this slide 2. Can you see slide 2? Online education and training delivery. What are the features of that? And what are the benefits?
Oh, the features are web-based training modules, as in where some of the workers can then go and get educated from the modules that are domiciled online. Then use mobile technologies such as laptop and smartphones instead of the usual conventional computer that is stationed one place.
Thank you. So you can see the feature and the benefits.
Yeah. Then
Then look at the
electronic
third slide.
resource.
Continue, you say what?
No, I wanted to say the next bullet point, but we can continue.
No, yeah, say it.
Okay,
Say
the
it.
electronic resource library. Probably some just like you have websites, you have some maybe documents or regulations or maybe guidelines you can source from there.
And also available to you for you to access anywhere you are.
Access, yes.
Thank you. That's what we want you to analyze. And look at the benefits. Then look at the third slide. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
So if this come out in the exam, I'm sure you can ace it. Hmm?
Yes, of course. At least we've seen the benefits and the features of
The features, yeah.
information technology in a business environment. Yeah, I think.
Okay. So from what we have learned now, let's go to question 1. Can we attempt to question 1?
We can attempt, sir.
And document your answer. So that by 12 o'clock, we can solve it together. Is that fair?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Are you together? Are you together? Sister Ogechi,
We can hear you,
Sister
sir.
Damela,
We are with you, sir.
are you with me? Is solution is it ready?
We are still struggling to. We are on it, sir. The much we have done, sir.
That's your response. Let me show you this. Let me allow you to go through this video. I've seen it. Okay.
Governance and board committees. My name is Ashim Kumar, and I'm an expert SBL tutor for the ACCA. Today we are going to talk about governance and board
This will help you
committees,
to understand
it is a very regular topic in the
that
SBL examination.
I've actually put the word in your hand. Some of these video links I've shared with you guys before. And the question you are solving now, if you have watched the video before, you will be able to like solve it. So immediately you say we are still attempting, I know there is trouble. So let's really go through it. We'll get back and solve the answer together.
So we need to be experts on how
Okay,
this
sir.
fits together. So let's start by asking, what is corporate governance? Well, I like the Investopedia definition. It's very comprehensive. It says it's about balancing the interests of a company's many stakeholders, which can include shareholders, senior management, customers, suppliers, and so on. So it's about looking after a variety of stakeholders, and immediately we see an overlap between governance and stakeholders. And stakeholders, of course, you're expert at, who are our key stakeholders, which ones do we need to keep happy, and so on. Mendelow's matrix comes to mind. Let's continue. As such, corporate governance encompasses practically every sphere of management, from action plans and internal controls. And notice that internal controls links to another video in this series where I talk specifically about that, and also a third one where I talk specifically about risk. So again, you see an integration of these topics. To performance measurement and corporate disclosure. So basically, corporate governance is about everything to do with both internal and external running of the organization to protect the shareholders and, as always, to achieve corporate objectives. So, for clarity, I've put the aims of corporate governance here together, and you'll see them very, very similar to the aims that I have for risk and internal control. The overriding aim of corporate governance is to achieve the corporate objectives and to protect the interests of shareholders. Both of these we've already spoken about. And thirdly, to comply with legislation and regulation. So, for example, the production of financial statements is ultimately the responsibility of the board of directors. Okay, so everything is about these three areas. Now a bit of background really about the board of directors. Now, as we've already seen, the board of directors is not the only component of corporate governance, but it is that component of corporate governance which actually implements corporate governance. It's that component of corporate governance which is responsible, because these are people. Okay, so let's talk about them. What are they supposed to be like? Well, first of all, honest and transparent. That'd be a very good start. Okay, and sadly, unfortunately, sometimes we see this doesn't appear even in the very large companies. Integral to internal controls, risk management, agencies, stakeholders, strategic management, all of these, as we've already seen, are part of the role of the board of directors. Also, just a reminder that final responsibility for everything that happens inside the company is the responsibility of the board of directors. So your directors can't say, well, it wasn't me, it was Fred in the factory floor, and he made the mistake. Doesn't matter. As a director, you are responsible. Now, where do they get that responsibility and authority, by the way, to run the company from? They get it from the shareholders, who are the first investors, and who appoint the board of directors, and who can actually get rid of the board of directors if they're not happy with their performance and appoint somebody else. What else do we need to see on the board? Well, we need to see a balance of properly qualified executive directors. Okay, so not someone who's just come out of school or university sitting on the board of a large public company. Okay, that wouldn't be properly qualified. And your non-executive directors must be independent, because you will already know that the role of the non-executive directors is to make sure that stakeholder interests are protected and that the executive directors always behave in their stakeholders' best interests. Okay, so this is something called the agency problem that is sometimes faced by companies. Diversity of background and experience provides the best quality of decision making by the board of directors, and also the board of directors has to be a reasonable size. In other words, we want a variety of inputs from the board of directors to get the best quality of decisions way forward. On the other hand, we don't want so many directors that we can never get to a decision. We keep going around and around, so reasonable size. And of course, that is subjective, depends on the kind of company you are, how big you are, what sort of expertise you require on the board, and so on. Okay, but that is what a board should look like. Now, here you'll recognize, those of you who've seen my internal controls video, you'll recognize the same companies. And why? Well, because internal controls and bad corporate governance go hand in hand. So if your internal controls fail, then that reflects bad corporate governance. And all of these companies are companies that failed because of ineffective internal controls and therefore bad corporate governance or ineffective corporate governance. So what are the responsibilities on good corporate governance? Well, the directors need to be informed and support longer-term shareholder benefit. Okay, so remember, they're there for shareholder benefit and other stakeholders, but essentially the shareholders put them there and keep them there. They have to be clear on their roles, and they have to demonstrate integrity, so like transparency and honesty. There has to be a balance of skills, experience, and objectivity in the decisions that they make, and that's why diversity is so important on a board. And here we're talking about diversity of skills, experience, background, and so on, as well as more personal things such as your gender. But the decisions that the board needs to make is the blend of corporate objectives with values, business ethics as part of the strategy. So strategy is not only about the operational stuff and the money and the allocation of resources, but it's also about how does our strategy reflect our values? Are we being ethical in the way that we implement this? Because all of these, again, will impact the reputation of the organization and will also be the responsibility of the board. Proactive approach to managing risk. Now, for this, I would refer you to my other two videos in this series. So risk management and internal control systems, and there I go into a lot more detail about that. Alignment of the board, shareholders and strategy to create sustainable value for all. Yep, okay, well that's very similar to point number 1 above. And protecting equal rights of shareholders, so even minority shareholders get a say in how the organization is run. And all of these come from the International Corporate Governance Network, which provide guidance on what corporate governance, good governance, should be able to do, what they should be aiming to do. Now, we know what the board of directors is now, or a little bit about them. What's a board committee? Well, a board committee is separate from the main board, although it is comprised predominantly of board members. And it's formed to carry out specific tasks that cannot be effectively carried out by the main board on its own. Okay, so as we shall see, for example, directors' remuneration is decided upon by the Remuneration Committee. And there, there is specialist expertise, and they are there only for one reason, to make sure that the remuneration that directors receive is fair and transparent. Okay, now if you've got the board involved with every single decision about remuneration, let alone risk or audit, and then they wouldn't have time to develop a strategy or implement that strategy. Okay. Other reasons why board committees are formed, well, because board doesn't have time, or because there is specialist subject matter that doesn't exist on the board. So, for example, an audit committee, I mean, this is unlikely, but one of the requirements of an audit committee is that you have a finance person, a qualified accountant, with up-to-date financial knowledge. Now, you'll probably find one of these on a board almost by definition, but let's say that there isn't one on the board, then the audit committee would bring in a specialist in this area. Or it might be that there are requirements or recommendations for you to have one of those committees. Okay, so if you're a publicly quoted company, then having an audit committee and a risk committee is very often recommended. It's a regulatory recommendation. And if you don't, I mean, you don't have to follow it, but if you don't follow it, then you do run the risk that other stakeholders are not going to buy your shares, or people aren't going to lend you money because they're not sure about your internal controls and your corporate governance. All right, so what are the main board committees? Now, please remember that board committees, there could be others. Companies could set up any committee they wanted. I mean, there was a past exam question which talked about the CEO wanting to set up a strategy committee, which, as you see, isn't on this list. But there's no reason why the board can't choose to do that and allocate responsibility to that committee for a specific task. But typically, you'll see a remuneration committee. We've already spoken about that. Nominations committee, which is, which decides how board members are elected and puts people forward, right, to the board for selection of a new board member. So the nominations committee will make sure that there's no conflict of interest, all right, and that the new board member does bring something to the table, if you like, be it in terms of experience and so on. The risk committee, now very often this is part of the audit committee, but in a high-risk industry, you may well have a committee that is dedicated to managing a risk. So if you're in oil exploration, for example, or nuclear energy production, then you will probably have a risk committee to make sure that everything is safe, all the risks have been attended to. And an audit committee entirely made up of independent non-executives. So these are, if you like, the watchdogs of both internal and external auditing activities. Okay, so internal, I'm talking about monitoring risk, monitoring internal controls. External, the audit committee will liaise with the external auditors and so on. Okay, and it really does give comfort to external stakeholders if an audit committee exists. All right. So what do we need to know to basically understand this topic and its place in SBL? First of all, why do we have corporate governance? We talked about that earlier, objectives, stakeholders, and so on. Okay, we need to understand that corporate governance, the board of directors, and the committees are part of the internal control system. Okay, so it's not that they connect with one another; they are part of each other. Okay, so remember the audit committee, for example, takes responsibility for the internal controls, making sure that they are met and monitored and up to date and all of those things. So it's part of the internal control system. You need to understand where the board of directors fits into this system, and it fits in terms of responsibility, okay, to making sure that internal controls are effective. You need to understand rights and responsibilities of executives and non-executives, so the fact that non-executives don't actually run the business, but that they run the executive directors, if you like, they monitor the executive directors who do run the business. You need to know what the main committees are here, okay, as I've just described, so that's all, very well explained in your materials. And you need to know who sits on those committees. Why? Well, because very often you will be told about the composition of a committee and there will be something wrong with it which you will be expected to pick up and comment on. So what are the related syllabus topics? Well, strategy, obviously, because it's the board of directors that develops the strategy. It's the non-executives that make sure that the strategy is in the best interests of the stakeholders. Stakeholder management, as we saw earlier, that was a fundamental part of the job of corporate governance, right at the beginning of this video. Risk management, we've spoken about that, and internal controls, but that's also, of course, a separate topic in SBL, but you have to remember that in SBL everything is integrated. You'll never get a question that's only on one topic. So a question on corporate governance, could easily incorporate in your answer, a discussion of risk management and strategy, or internal controls, or culture. Remember that the board of directors actually are the...
This is the part that they always tell you how it can be tested. Are you with me? This part, they are telling you how it will be tested in the exam. So don't say because you are answering questions on culture, you will not be expecting governance. No. You get it?
Yes.
You get it? So that will now take me to the last video for today on cultural web. Because when we talk about board diversity, there is an aspect of cultural web that you guys always miss there. So let me take this is the last video for today. I will show the solution and I will give you assignments.
Hello and welcome SBL students. My name is Steve Willis. In this video, I'm going to demystify the cultural web and show you how to use this tricky model in your SBL exam. I'm in an examiner's report. While reviewing the examiner's comments and learning about student performance, I was struck by this comment. Surprisingly few candidates use the cultural web to structure their responses, and so discussions of cultural factors were often partial at best. Candidates who used the cultural web as a framework tended to achieve higher marks as there was a clear structure to their answers. In SBL, you might be asked to analyze an organization's culture in the context of change management, for example, new leadership. If you just try to freestyle, if you just generate whatever ideas come to mind, you're probably not going to develop enough points to get a pass on that requirement. The cultural web is a great tool to let you drill down into a company's culture and look at a detailed list of factors to help you develop your ideas. Let's jump in. The first aspect of organizational culture we could look at would be power structure. Here we're looking at the source of management's ability to move things forward, to motivate people to take action, to coerce people to do things. Now, power can come from charisma, for example, in a small entrepreneurial company. It's the charisma of the leader that motivates people to take action and move things forward. On the other hand, in a large formal organization, the source of power could be the position in the organization itself. For example, in the army, your power comes from your rank. In some organizations, power can come from an individual's expertise. For example, in a software company that's structured around projects and completing projects, power could come from a software engineer's knowledge, their ability to move the programming project forward. So that's power, and in SBL you'll find clues about power structure in the pre-scene when they describe the leadership of the company and the board structure. The next dimension of culture that you can explore would be organizational structure, and that's linked to power. Here, we can look at the company's org chart in the pre-scene material. Is the company tall? Are there many levels of management? Or is it flat? Are there fewer levels of management? Is the company structured traditionally around silos like marketing, sales, production, finance? Or do we see a matrix organization? We could then look at how power is distributed through the company under organizational structure. Do we have a centralized company where power is held at the core? Or do we have a more democratic organization with delegation of authority? The next area of culture that we can explore is control and control systems. Here we're looking at the ways in which the company controls staff behavior. I've had jobs where the control environment was quite strict. You'd need a badge to enter and exit the building. You'd also need that badge to move around in your own office, to enter different rooms in the office. I'd have lots of paperwork to fill out, timesheets to fill out, material requisition forms to complete, appraisal forms to complete. So some organizations have formal controls. I've also had jobs in more entrepreneurial organizations where control was less formal. We can also look at the emphasis of the control. Is it on punishment or reward? For example, if you're late 3 times, you go on probation. That would be an example of punishment. On the other hand, we can have a system where bonuses go to the best 3 performing salespeople. That would be a control system based on reward. So, under control systems, we're looking at how a company directs the behavior of their staff. Moving on to rituals and routines. Here we're looking at group activities that happen on a regular, recurring basis. And what behavior are these routines encouraging? Some rituals that I've personally experienced in companies: budgeting, the budgeting ritual. At the end of the fiscal year, staff are focused on preparing the budget for the next year. Is what we're talking about. It's what we're meeting about. Now, if I didn't participate in that, boy, I would look odd. Another ritual many of us have experienced would be the annual Christmas party. Here the company is trying to foster team spirit. And again, if we didn't participate in that ritual, we might look a bit odd. We would look out of place in the company. Another ritual might be training in some companies. And what are the training courses emphasizing? What behaviors are the training courses encouraging, or what competencies are these courses trying to encourage? So these are examples of rituals and routines. Another area of organizational culture that we could look at would be the stories that are passed on from employee to employee. And what beliefs do these stories reflect? Do they relate to the strengths of the company? Who are the heroes? Who are the villains in these stories? We could see this in the culture at Apple Computer, the iconic computer company founded in the 1970s by Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. They had a vision to change the way people work with computers. They wanted computers to be small enough and affordable so people could have them in their homes. Well, the trials and the tribulations of the founders of the company, especially Steve Jobs, well, those are still a big part of today. And the final area of company culture that the cultural web promotes exploring are the company's symbols. In some cultures, like a role culture, the symbols are very prevalent and quite important. For example, in the Army, symbols would be your uniform and the stripes on your shoulder. That tells people about your power, about your status in the organization. In a large company, a symbol could be where your office is located. For example, the coveted corner office with 2 windows in an office building. That would denote someone with a lot of power in the company, senior leadership. I remember my first job as a research assistant on Wall Street. I did not have an office. I had an open cubicle. This told the company that I was low on the totem pole just by the place where I sat. Some organizations might de-emphasize these symbols. For example, you could have a software company where everyone is wearing informal clothing and people work in an open office plan. In fact, you couldn't tell the company founder, the owner of the company, apart from the programmers. This person sits in the same place, they dress the same way, they act the same way. After we've identified and evaluated these aspects of an organization's culture, we can then look at the paradigm. This is the overall way things are done in an organization. How does the company respond to events? And how does a company make strategic decisions? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the cultural web in a nutshell. Please remember, in your SBL exam, you'll get no marks for a generic recital of this model in your answer. You'll only earn credit when you are answering the question that is asked. For example, here in task 1, you are asked to prepare briefing notes that outline problems in culture caused by the previous leadership style, and then the impact that the current CEO's leadership style has had on the company's culture. You need a lot of ideas here to get a passing mark on this requirement, so a great starting place would be to lay out the elements of culture defined under the cultural web, those 7 elements of culture. That will prompt you to develop your ideas. That'll prompt your thought process as you explore the exhibits, as you recall your knowledge of the pre-scene. SBL team, if you would like to put your knowledge of the cultural web to the test before you jump into the past exams, well, a great practice activity can be found here in the Study Hub. Under the Cultural Web section, you can find Activity 1. You get a rich description of an organization's culture and you can then analyze that culture using the cultural web. When you are done, you can check your solution against the model answer that is provided. Ladies and gents, good luck on your upcoming SBL exam.